disabilities. Your cooperation is requested.
Center and Clark and Lake.
disabilities. Your cooperation is requested. This is unambulated. Transfer to green, orange, and blue line trains and the Townsend Center and Clark and Lake. This is a brown line train to Kimball. This is Chicago. Sedgwick is next. Doors open on the way at Sedgwick. Priority seating is intended for the elderly and passengers with disabilities. Your cooperation is requested. This is unambulated. Transfer to green, orange, and blue line trains and the Townsend Center and Clark and Lake. This is a brown line train to Kimball. This is Chicago. Sedgwick is next. Doors open on the way at Sedgwick. Priority seating is intended for the elderly and passengers with disabilities. Your cooperation is requested. This is unambulated. Transfer to green, orange, and blue line trains and the Townsend Center and Clark and Lake. This is a brown line train to Kimball. This is Chicago. Sedgwick is next. Doors open on the way at Sedgwick. Priority seating is intended for the elderly and passengers with disabilities. Your cooperation is requested.
Welcome, associates. I'd like to take a moment to welcome each of you individually to today's conference. Welcome Nod Then Bow. Welcome Zero Elec. Welcome Harmless. Welcome Montauk. Welcome Blob Marley, MFA. Welcome Fire Mountain. Welcome Augite Soul. I am also excited for this quarterly review. Welcome Possum. Finally a return to what's important in life. Reviewing my investments and portfolio. Precisely, Possum. Welcome Jester of Diamonds. Welcome Anaxi. Welcome Slumbering Sage. Welcome Hero Laha. Welcome Flow Perfecto. Your network is your net worth. Welcome Bike Kiosk. Welcome Atelier Zeno. I hope today will be productive. I think it will. Welcome Dolphin Verb. Welcome Arugi Blues. This poll makes me sad. I want to train ride. Well, with a little investment, we might be able to make that possible. Welcome Tina Loves Cats. Welcome Bombix Bug. Welcome Neko Majoko. Welcome Choji Hiragawa. Welcome Nimimu. I also enjoy rail-based vehicular transport. Welcome Landshark. Welcome Asha. Welcome Slumbering Sage. Welcome Mr. Such. Welcome Tokai. I also love monetary gain. Welcome Talking Trash. I believe that's everyone. If I've missed you, I apologize. Welcome Tupi. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tristitia Alakria, and I host the online seminar series, Profit and Play, where we dispel the common notion that video games are a frivolous and unproductive pastime by studying the lessons they have to teach about allocating our precious time and resources to optimizing our workflows and maximizing our capital gains. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy afternoon for this conference. If you were attendant to the previous conference last year, I hope that the advice therein proved useful to the management of your stock portfolio. Today's seminar will focus on an industry often overlooked in the Western Hemisphere, but is nevertheless ripe for profit: rail transportation. This invites a question that I'd like to pose to you all, and I have. I asked, how many of you, dear associates, have ridden on a train in the last year? Let's look at these results. I'm seeing 38% yes, 62% no. Now, it's the common view to look at these statistics and see a market that's only as big as 38% of people. However, it is the profitable view to see 62% potential customers. If you don't know what a train is, I'm sorry, I can't help you, but you may learn by observation. Today's background music is a selection from the PlayStation 3 game Railfan. Welcome, Kara. If you are not familiar with rail transportation, then today's game may help you learn. The A-Train series, of which we will be playing the latest entry, All Aboard Tourism, available on Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Switch 2, and the personal computer, deals with this question: how does a railway become profitable? The answer is a little more complicated and far more interesting than you would think. To find it, we turn to Japan, home of A-Train developer Artdink, and the JR, or Japan Railway Group, one of the most esteemed private rail conglomerates in the world. By following their model, we'll understand how a centuries-old industry has evolved to meet the modern age's dynamic economic demands, charting a course towards sustainable profits and worthy investment. From here, it would be best to have the software speak for itself. Without further ado, let us begin. Just a moment while I switch to the game's audio. The footage you just witnessed is what's called an attract mode. This is the game advertising itself to us. If we wait a moment, it should play again. Welcome Lumen Bell. Welcome Gum Disease. How do I obtain rail? It takes several billion yen. It's important to keep up with the latest advertising trends. Big Art Dink fan, excited to see A-Train for the first time. A-Train is a series with a great deal of history. To my knowledge, there have been over 10 entries. First, we'll start by choosing Create Business Card. Then we input the name of company and president. I feel we should not name the company A-Train. It's a bit on the nose. I'll put a question to you, associates. If you could name a private rail company, what would you name it? I'm curious. There aren't enough characters. Welcome, Savarix. Greyhound, that name is taken. Train Stacia. Clever. Little Choo Choo. Trains for Chew. Iron Terror. I wish to be taken seriously. Welcome, Esper Wife. The Polar Express, that name is taken. Expensive trains for rich people. I intend to build a railway that's for all customers. Smooth operators. Very catchy. Landmaker. Landmaker. Now that could be a name. That name could be surprisingly fitting for the kind of business we'll be in. Snowpiercer is taken. There's no business more serious than copyright infringement. Thankfully, I already know my corporate color. Do you? Desaturated beige, a classic choice, Flo. Quality product? Promising, promising. However, I'd like to be a bit more specific. I'm inclined towards the name Landmaker. I do not believe it is trademarked. What are we doing, if not making land? Into tracks and stations, that is. I'm rather taken with the A, for Alacria. The character art of this game seems quite familiar. The artist is Yuji Himukai. You may know some of their other work. However, I feel none is as enlightening as this one. Welcome, Baxter Crook. Looking forward to diving deep on the challenges inherent to this market. We will. We'll start with the beginner scenario. The lacking state of public transportation is making it difficult to bring in tourists. Your goal is to develop the railroad while retaining the region's natural beauty. Within 3 years, we need to bring the annual number of tourists to 200,000 or more, and bring the town's population to 20,000 or more. How do I begin? Oh, here we go. The year is 1992. Companies on the stock market marked with a star offer shareholder benefits. I would have liked to read that. A good amount of this game's tutorial is told through visual novel segments. I will do my best to read this dialogue. Oh! Excuse me, are you Tristi Alacria? It's lovely to meet you. Congratulations on your promotion to company president. Thank you. My name's Ayaka Matsushima. I'm going to be your personal secretary. I'm looking forward to working with you. I must confess I was a little surprised to see you here so early. You're already making a good impression as company president. I'll be sure to arrive a lot earlier next time myself. Oh, by the way, this is your first time in this town, isn't it? It's a lovely place. The southern edge of town is bordered by the sea. I've actually scheduled you in to inspect the town today. Let me begin by showing you our railroad. So there's already a rail. Here it is. This is the railroad our company runs. It connects Enamori Station to the neighboring town and is used by quite a large number of passengers. Next, I'll be showing you another prominent location in this town. This is our town's reconstructed castle, Nagashi Rojo. It's a bit of a tourist attraction and is much loved by the people. Do you like castles? I do. I'd like to build my own someday, metaphorically speaking. It seems that people from outside the region are interested in visiting the castle as well. It's also an important structure for our company, as we're planning to extend the railroad here in order to create a tourist route. But I'll explain that plan in more detail later. For now, why don't you have a look around the town? This game was originally built for the Switch and targets controller controls. However, we'll be using mouse and keyboard, which it supports as well. Please feel free to select any locations that catch your eye during your inspection. You'll be able to view more detailed information. When you've finished inspecting the town, select the call icon. Your secretary's comportment seems less than professional. However, I cannot seem to find it in myself to hold it against her. She may be as new at this as I am. Humility and grace are important qualities for a business leader. Her enthusiasm is admirable. The station is not connected to any rail and is earning 0 yen. South Enamore Station is connected to Enamore Station, which appears to be connected to the adjacent town. This is what we have to work with. Good work out there today. What'd you think of the town? It's a nice place to live, but we're hoping to make it even better for the people here. Your work as company president will play a big part in shaping this town. It's my hope that we can work together to make the people of this town happy. Now, before you get to work, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. We've received some funding from the local government under the agreement that 2 conditions are met. The first is that we launch a railroad tourist route and make it so that at least 200,000 tourists visit our town. The second is that we increase the town's population. We have agreed to increase the population by at least 20,000. If you cannot fulfill this agreement, you will be removed from your role as company president. I realize that this is quite a heavy announcement, but you don't need to worry too much. Our head of sales and head of accounting are both very skilled and will work hard to support you. I'll be sure to introduce them later. For now, though, we should probably get to work. Why don't we start with train operations? These are our funds for facilitating our business ventures. We've got a new train ready to begin operations, so let's start with that one. The train's menu is now available. Please select the trains option from the menu. If you're using a controller, you can open the menu by pressing the B button. We have 26 billion yen. Before we get into train operations, allow me to introduce you to our conductor, Mr. Issei. Why don't you take the explanation from here, Mr. Issei?
Nice to meet you. I'm the conductor of this station, Go Issei. Today is our new train's big first day, the day when all the efforts we put into servicing it and the train line it runs on come to fruition. We've worked together to ensure the safety and security of our passengers, knowing that the risk of an accident is ever present in our line of work and...
Mr. Issei, you think we could return to the matter at hand?
Oh, of course. Please excuse me. My mouth runs like a steam train when I get excited. My apologies for the delay. Without any further ado, allow me to explain train operations. You can purchase new trains from here, but we already have a new train ready to go. Select a train that hasn't been placed yet, and the Place button will appear. Please select that for me now. Next, you'll need to designate a spot on the train line for the train to be placed. Once you've made your selection and the train is placed, its direction will be displayed. Select which way it should proceed using the Change Direction button. Finally, check the Statement of Expenses and select the Confirm button to begin operations. Even deploying a train I already own costs money. That's it. That's how trains are placed. By the way, do you know how to lay new train lines? Why don't we lay a train line that connects Enamori Station with South Enamori Station? Adding a new means of transport to the region should help stimulate the development of this town. But first and foremost, please place that train.
Place your train and it will begin operations. Exciting, isn't it? Let me know when you finish checking the train's operations by pressing the Y button or selecting the call icon.
In 1992 US dollars, we have almost 200 million. Let's have it face Enamori Station. It will cost 1 million yen to deploy this train. The train has been placed. Let's consult with the secretary.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Kurizawa from the sales department is here to see you.
Nice to meet you. I can see what Matsushima here meant about you having a remarkable aura. Thank you.
Mr. Kurizawa?
Oops, guess I wasn't supposed to say that. Let's get the formalities out of the way. I'm Junji Kuruizawa, head of sales. You can count on me to work hard for you as your right-hand man. By the way, have you had a ride on that new train of ours yet? There's nothing like seeing the town flash past the window as you ride on a brand new train line. In fact, while I was riding around on our train, I got to thinking about our strategy going forward. The railroad we're planning to use as a tourist route is proceeding well, so I doubt we'll have problems there. Anyway, why don't you try riding around on our new train to inspect the town?
That's a great idea. I've been itching to take a ride on the new train myself.
Looks like Matsushima's up for it. Why don't you two ride it together? I've got some preparations to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't join you. I've got a bunch of different plans in the works right now. I'll let you know as soon as they're done. A busy man. I like him.
Allow me to explain the boarding procedure. Let's start by moving to the train's location.
The camera feature is now available.
The free camera allows you to look far into the distance and enjoy an unobstructed view of the city.
I would prefer it if we could keep the formalities going indefinitely. It's important to be formal. The definition of formal depends on the individual, I feel. Secretary Matsushima is also wearing a tie, I should note.
It's probably best to have the isometric camera active most of the time and only switch to the free camera view when you want to enjoy the local scenery.
Understood.
To board a train, you'll need to approach the vehicle and hold down either the left button on your mouse or the A button on your controller. If you place the cursor over the train while holding down one of these buttons, the tracking marker will be displayed. Releasing your hold on the button while the tracking marker is displayed will allow you to board the train. Now, shall we hop aboard and begin the inspection? This would be a good opportunity to try out the free camera.
Take the train. I suppose it's important to see the product through the eyes of the customer, Tupi. The eyes of the customer.
I'm so happy to have an opportunity to ride our new train. Scenery looks totally different when you're watching it pass by from inside a train, don't you think? When you're riding a train, the camera will switch to tracking camera and follow the train's movement. While the tracking cam is active, you can press the A button or select the camera menu icon in the top right corner of the screen to switch to the tracking camera menu. You'll be able to use this menu to look outside the train and enjoy the scenery rolling by. Just keep in mind that you'll need to use the free camera if you want to be able to change the camera angle from the tracking cam menu. I can see how looking at the town from here could give you ideas for its development. Well, this line is still quite short, but let's enjoy the view while we're here.
Welcome, Jake Risby. The speed is remarkable. It's difficult to feel it when you aren't inside the train. As of right now, we do not have a single passenger. I'm not sure why this train is in operation. Let's fix that, shall we?
I hope you enjoyed the ride. While you're walking around the town, do you ever find yourself so absorbed that it's dark before you know it? While it's lovely out at night, I'm sure there will be times when you'd rather it be light when you're making your inspections. That's when the Master Controller will come in handy.
The Master Controller is now available.
Why don't you try using it now? A Master Controller is a lever used to control the speed of a train. You'll use it to adjust the progression of in-game time. Lift the lever up to slow down time, and pull the lever down to speed it up. When you're finished with the Master Controller, simply select the Master Controller icon again to put it away. You can adjust the speed of time to suit your preference.
Furthermore, when using a controller, you can pause the master controller function using the left button. If you're using a mouse, you can press the scroll button to pause, or resume the master controller function in the same manner. Let's see what a day in this town looks like sped up. Use the master controller to speed up time. I really enjoy watching the sunset over town, don't you? I'm often working at that hour, but I'll make a note of it this time. If you ever feel like you want to move things along, press the Y button or select the bell icon in the top right corner of the screen.
This accelerates the simulation of our business. We must be careful, however, as we are spending money. More than we're making. I cannot see the sun. This train has currently lost me 1 million yen, 1.2 million yen.
Do you remember our conversation about our company's agreement with the local government? As you know, if you cannot fulfill the 2 terms of the agreement, you will be removed from your role as company president.
I'm aware.
Well, now you can view the current status of the agreement.
I would love to review the terms.
Simply select the Reports option from the menu. This is the report screen. The completion conditions listed are the 2 terms of the agreement. They each have a set deadline, and you will need to complete them in time. Again, I realize this is quite a heavy topic, but we have plenty of time, so there's no need to fret.
I'm not fretting.
Your current status will be displayed alongside the completion conditions, so calculate the rate at which you need to proceed to meet the deadline and keep to it. Your company information and conversation log can be accessed from this menu too. Company information contains a summary of our company. We'll be adding a timeline later down the track, so let's work hard together to ensure our company's history is an illustrious one.
I intend to.
The conversation log holds a record of your conversation history. So, if you miss an important line of dialogue, you don't have to worry. You'll be able to go back through the record of your conversation and read over what was said.
Oh, hello, Miss Matsushima. Is this our new company president?
Mr. Goshiki, excellent timing. This is Mr. Goshiki, head of accounting.
It's nice to finally make your acquaintance. I'm Makoto Goshiki. I've already heard a lot of good things about you. As for me, you'll find that I'm a hard worker who always performs to the best of his ability. Now, there are a few things I want you to understand about our company's finances. I'll be sure to keep my explanation simple, but I'm not going to spring it on you right now. I've still got some documents to prepare, so I'll drop by later.
Mr. Goshiki's amazing at what he does. He knows how to use money to make money.
I like him already. Oh, you mean asset management? I'll explain that and other practical matters to you over time. For now, though, you'll have to excuse me while I prepare. Meeting you has filled me with motivation.
Well then, just let me know when you've had a look at the reports by pressing the Y button or selecting the call icon.
We've already issued 60 million shares of stocks. We own 233 plots of land and 6.6 kilometers of railroad. We employ 38 people. A promising beginning.
Next, I'm going to explain the plan we have for the new train line. But Before we get into it, I want to make sure you can save your progress. Now then, allow me to talk a bit about our new train line. We created this line, the one with the new train, with plans to extend it beyond this point. Because we're planning on making this line a tourist route. A new station has already been constructed as the next extension point. However, our train line isn't connected to it yet. We'll need to lay some more tracks to extend our railroad.
I've been waiting for this.
Looks like we're ready to lay the train line. Select the lay option from the menu. Once you've selected your starting point, it will be marked like this. Now we need to select the end point for the train line. Once you've selected your end point, it will also be marked with this symbol, and a preview of the train line will be displayed as a shadow. If you then select a new location, you can continue to extend the line further and further. Finally, check the laying expenses and select Confirm from the menu. You can also select Undo to redo your work. Keep in mind that your construction expenses will vary greatly depending on whether you lay your train line on an empty plot or an area with existing structures. Linking stations with short train lines might be efficient, but you'll need to consider your expenses and plan your routes carefully.
I imagine if we have to bulldoze houses and apartments, the expenses will skyrocket. Welcome, Turfin.
Let me know when you finish laying the tracks by pressing the Y button or selecting the call icon.
To lay this section of rail will cost us over 300 million yen. It doesn't come cheap, but the results will be worth it. I guarantee it. I would not advise eating a train.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Goshiki's here. He has an important announcement.
I'm glad to see that with the launch of our new train line, our tourist route plan is right on schedule. I'm here to report our railroad's current sales. Here, take a look. These are our current railroad sales. Net sales are the total amount of sales made by our trains, stations, and other sources. Our funds come from the fares paid to us by customers. Cost of goods sold is the total amount of expenses incurred by our trains, stations, and other property. It's a combination of bills and our employees' salaries. Finally, we have gross margin, which is our net sales revenue minus the cost of goods sold and gross loss, also known as the gross profit margin.
Mr. Goshiki, do you think you could explain that in simpler terms?
Don't worry, I understand.
I suppose accounting jargon can be a little overwhelming for those who aren't used to it,
Although I am. Simply think of these three amounts as money received, money used, and money remaining, respectively.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
In accounting, we need to categorize money received and money used by type. This process of categorization is called journaling accounts. I'm rather fond of Goshiki as well. Now, I did just explain that the cost of goods sold is something like money used, but this isn't exactly true.
What do you mean? Please explain in detail, if possible.
Well, you know the funds you use to extend the train line, that amount doesn't go into cost of goods sold. Only expenses that are directly related to net sales come under cost of goods sold.
But train lines are essential for running trains. I would have thought those expenses to be directly related.
The art in this game is excellent, Usami Mieri. I agree.
Well, things like creating train lines and buying land don't count as expenses to begin with. Explaining this in detail will take a while, so we'll come back to it later. For now, let's just take a look at how much money our railroad is making us. That's it from me today. I'll take my leave.
Money received, money used, and money remaining. I have to study up on these terms so I can be more helpful in the future.
Please do. So far, we've lost 2 million yen.
Today was a busy day, wasn't it? Laying train lines, talking business, not to mention that sales report. Anyway, that's everything on the agenda for today. You may now spend your time freely. Perhaps you'd like to take another look at one of the trains on our new line or go over those important reports again. Oh, don't forget, you can always use the master controller to speed up in-game time if you're in a hurry. I think you deserve a rest after all that. See you again tomorrow. And remember, if you ever feel like you want to move things along, press the Y button or the bell icon.
Welcome you, Wandawa. I'd like to move along. No break needed.
Today, we'll be paying a visit to Miss Setouchi and Miss Dogo, two of our contacts in the local government. You will recall that, as per our agreement with the local government, we need to launch a railroad tourist route as well as increase the population. Well, Miss Dogo from the City Planning Division and Miss Setouchi from the Tourism Department are the ones responsible for overseeing our agreement.
Welcome, Petty. The government has given us our funding, Supi. This is a collaboration with the public sector. This arrangement will benefit us both.
Our tourist route is not yet complete, but I thought it was about time for a midterm report and a quick hello. I've already made an appointment with Miss Setouchi for today.
The government office menu is now available. Excellent.
This is Matsushima from Landmaker Company Limited. I'm here to see Miss Setouchi from the Tourism Department.
Welcome, Melty Kid.
Oh, that was nerve-wracking.
Hello, Miss Matsushima.
Hello, it's nice to see you again, Miss Setouchi. Thank you for seeing us. I'm sure you're very busy. Allow me to introduce you to our new company president. This is Tristi Alacria.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Reiko Setouchi. As a part of the tourism department, I work to promote tourism in this region.
We've come to see you today to inform you about the extension of the railroad tourist route.
It certainly sounds like the plan is proceeding well. I'm looking forward to seeing the railroad extended all the way to Nagashi Rojo. Achieving that would create the optimal public transport system for tourists in the region. We in the tourism department intend to publicize your railroad as our recommended route for visiting tourist attractions. Excellent.
That's wonderful news. We'd love for as many people to use our railroad as possible.
Well, investigating and publicizing the town's transportation systems and tourist attractions is what we do here. Ah, that reminds me. You haven't met Miss Dogo yet, have you? I'll go fetch her for you. Please wait here a moment.
Wow, Miss Setouchi's really impressive. She's so composed, professional, and beautiful too. I can't help but respect her.
Thank you for your patience. This is Miss Dogo from the City Planning Division. I believe Yuji Himukai did work on Etrian Odyssey. Yes, Landshark.
It's lovely to meet you. As a member of the City Planning Division, I work towards the sound development of this city on a daily basis. I oversee the management of roads, parks, and other public facilities. I'm also responsible for deciding how land should be used in terms of urban planning. That's called zoning, isn't it? You reserve certain areas to be used for a specific purpose, such as a housing or manufacturing zone? Exactly. Our department is responsible for designating zones so that, for example, a factory isn't built right next to a residential area. That does sound very important.
It is.
We also conduct inquiries into populations, industries, and the like. I hope you can make use of them. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Miss Dogo is incredibly reliable. It's clear that she puts a lot of care and attention to detail in her work. Miss Setouchi and Miss Dogo are primary points of contact with the local government, so let's do our utmost to meet their expectations. Now, Miss Setouchi has a presentation for you, so if you'd kindly direct your attention to tourist information. This is where we provide information about the town's tourist locations. The only tourist attraction we have in this town is Nagashi Rojo, and we're working on publicizing it in order to have as many people visit it as possible. Nagashi Rojo currently only receives a small number of tourists, but we're expecting numbers to increase with the launch of your railroad tourist route. Please note that your tourist route won't be considered launched until tourists can use the railroad to travel to the attraction from the neighboring town. But the establishment of this route will mean that people from the neighboring towns will use our railroad for tourism purposes. Yes, however, you needn't limit yourselves to the railroad. Any form of transport will do. Buses, for instance. Although, the only form of transportation currently available in this town is the railroad, so it might be worth focusing your efforts there to begin with. Do tourist attractions need to be directly connected to the neighboring towns? A very good question. No, you don't need to have a single direct route from the neighboring town to this one. It's fine for the towns to be connected by multiple routes. It's also not at all a problem for you to combine transportation systems, although, as I've already said, right, the only form of transportation currently available in this town is the railroad. I am also glad that the local government's representatives seem so reliable. I imagine they will not disappoint me. I'm so glad I'm not part of this business arrangement so I can ogle these women without consequence. I'm keeping my eyes on the prize, Nimimu. And that's capital gains. You can check how the launch of your tourist route is progressing from here. Well, that's all from me for now. I'm looking forward to seeing your railroad tourist route in operation. Now, I believe Miss Dogo has an explanation prepared for you regarding industry statistics. My favorite. $12,000 tourists visited during the previous fiscal year. We're aiming for 200,000.
This is where we publish the results of our inquiries into populations and industries. Our findings include matters such as the designation of zones following industrial development, and the change from a village to a town after a population increase. By the way, railroads are permitted to be built in all zone types, so you won't have any trouble there.
Excellent. I was concerned about that.
I'll be sure to report any zoning changes to you, so please check your notices from time to time. Thank you very much, Miss Dogo. Now that you met with both Miss Dogo and Miss Setouchi and heard their explanations, I think it's time I introduce you to another handy feature. You can jump back into gameplay by holding down the B button on your controller, or clicking and holding the return icon in the top right corner of the screen. I think that just about covers everything you need to know for the moment. So what do you say we get stuck into those development plans?
Welcome, Margot. Welcome, Raiders. Your stocks are safe with me. Welcome, Shinswa. Welcome, Atomic Runner. Welcome, Doro 3. Welcome, Slab 64. Welcome, Starchy Friend. Welcome, Enodot. Welcome, Who the What's It. Welcome, Ghost Lizard. The region seems relatively rural, with a focus on agriculture and forestry. Welcome to Siati. Welcome Snoutsprout. Welcome Dr. Mustache. Welcome Yarrow.
Everyone's looking forward to our railroad tourist routes. Let's do what we can to complete it as quickly as possible. In order for our railroad to become a tourist route, we will need to build a station in the vicinity of Nagashi Rojo. We already have a site prepared for construction, so let's build our next station there. The stations option has been added to the menu. Try selecting it now. Our conductor, Mr. Issei, is now going to provide you with an explanation regarding station construction.
Have we finally found out how the Tristi bounce affects rail budgets? We have not, and I imagine we will not.
Hello. Let me fill you in on station construction. First of all, the station we're building this time is for tourism purposes, so you'll want to make sure you set it to be able to handle passengers. This is something to keep in mind when building stations in general. There are also freight stations, which do not handle passengers, so make sure you're building the right kind of station to suit your needs. I was wondering about freight as well. A rail is not limited in its applications to just passengers, after all. While the types of stations you can construct are quite limited at present, building new stations will increase the variety of station types available. Of course, every station has its charm, so it'd be best if we could aim to construct a variety of stations. In this case, I'd recommend a ground level 2 station. Select the station to proceed. There's something nice about a walkway over the tracks. It's almost as good as a middle platform. This is where you select your station's location. However, in this case, we already have a site prepared for construction, so you'll want to build the station there. Nagashi Road is very close to this location, making it the ideal station for tourism purposes. Once you've decided on your location, you'll be able to adjust things such as the direction in which your station faces and the length of its platforms. Considering you may want to make this a double track in the future, I'd recommend having 2 platforms, each 5 squares in length. Issei-san is so pumped about this station. I admire his enthusiasm. I consider him a valuable employee. I've received word from Ichiban Holdings. They want to send an investment of 10 million yen to the company. We gladly accept.
The planned station construction site is only a rough designation, so feel free to adjust it. You can also use the rotate icon to change the direction it faces.
I see cleared plots of land, ready for development. I'd like to align the station with those. I'll follow Mr. Issei's recommendation. The construction of the station should cost us 480 million yen. But I imagine in the future will make us much, much more. I think it would be best to keep some distance from the residential area to account for future expansion. Your phrasing leaves something to be desired, Nimimu, but I believe I feel the same.
How's that station coming along? Once construction's underway, it will take a bit of time for the station's building to be completed. Be sure to check the calendar in the bottom right corner of the screen, as the scheduled construction completion date will be marked with a helmet symbol. While we wait, why don't you go ahead and connect Tomoto Station with a new station? You'll need to lay tracks so that trains can pass between the 2 stations. We already have a site prepared for the train line, so use that area as a guideline when laying your tracks. But it's only a guideline. You can adjust the location if you like. Now that you know how to create both stations and train lines, you can expand the railroad as you see fit. I can't wait to see what kind of train line you create next.
I may even go above and beyond and connect all existing stations. I believe I have the means to do so. I am getting sold on this game. You know I love to close a sale. Passengers disembarking at Enamori Station will have to cross the platform to continue. Find this less than desirable. I may lay rail here as well. A modest 120 million yen. Has the price increased? Perhaps, but I feel this is necessary. I see room to expand for an adjacent train line. However, we'll wait. Our total railroad length has reached 10 kilometers. Let's observe the new rail in action. The Nagashi-Rojo station is not yet open. Seems that Enamori Station gets congested in the evenings, around rush hour. It's to be expected. The new station should be complete in a little over a week. I think I'd like to speak again with the secretary.
How's the railroad going? Have you opened up service all the way to Nagashi-Rojo yet?
Not quite, but we're on our way.
Once you have, tourists will be able to transfer at Enamori Station, and the route to the northern town will be complete. However, it will be some time before the tourist route is in operation. It's times like this when the function to speed up time beyond the maximum speed on the master controller comes in handy.
Excellent.
You now have access to the fast forward function. Use it to reduce waiting time. Please take care when and how you use it, however. We have a limited amount of time remaining before our deadline, and you wouldn't want to waste it away.
I don't intend to.
Still, you won't have to worry too much if you make use of the timer function. While fast forwarding, simply press in the right stick button on your controller or left-click the timer button displayed in the middle of your screen. This will open the set timer menu. The game will automatically pause when it reaches the set time, and I'll also send you a message to notify you of the fact. To disable the timer, you need only reset the time in the set timer menu to the current in-game time, and then close the menu. Furthermore, to turn off the fast forward function, simply press the left button on your controller or the scroll button on your mouse. Note that pressing the same buttons again will not re-enable that function. You should only use fast forward when you've completed all preparations and have nothing left to do but wait.
That appears to be the case now.
Actually, come to think of it, how are we going to know when the tourist route is complete? I think I have an idea. Once you've completed the railroad tourist route, this icon will appear on the trains. It indicates that tourists are using our trains to travel around. However, do keep in mind that this icon will only be visible when you're using the isometric camera. Anyway, if we can get tourists from out of town to ride our trains, that would be a huge success. Still, for that to happen, we're going to need to complete constructions of all stations on the route. It will take time, but we'll just have to be patient. We should report to Ms. Sedauchi in the government office once our tourist route is complete.
It appears that we're still most of a week away from the Nagashi Rojo station being completed.
Hello, what a pleasant surprise. It would appear that your railroad service hasn't been extended all the way to Nagashi Rojo yet. Keep in mind that in order to launch the tourist route, you'll need to first complete construction of all stations on the route. There's still some time before the deadline of our agreement, however, so keep at it. We will. We'll definitely make it on time. You can count on that. We'll need to go back and see Miss Sedauchi once our tourist route is complete.
April 12th will be the day of the station's completion.
Thank you for launching a new tourist route. My department will be sure to publicize it for you.
It should be open now.
Thank you for your patience. I've just confirmed that your railroad is now operating all the way to Nagashi Rojo.
Welcome, Goblin.Best. I can understand the sentiment. Yuji Himukai's art is very unique. Welcome Asha the Crocodile. Welcome Raiders.
With this, we should be able to attract a lot more tourists to this town. For our part, the tourism department will also work on publicizing your new railroad, which will hopefully help maximize your customers. It appears that you're also close to meeting our agreement regarding the increase in the number of tourists who visit this town. We'll be sure to work hard to meet that objective as quickly as possible. Thank you for your assistance, Ms. Sedauchi. I must say, you've done an excellent job developing that tourist route. It looks like we in the tourism department are going to be very busy for a while.
Are these the neighboring towns? I imagine they'll explain this later.
Mr. Goshiki's here. He wants to discuss the matter of company land with you.
Now things are getting interesting.
I heard we pulled off that tourist route. Nice work. If you've got some time, I'd like to talk to you about company-owned land. Remember how when you built that station near Nagashi Rojo, we already had a plot of land prepared? Well, that was because it was land that the company already owned. By the way, we call land for business purposes plots. Now, Miss Matsushima, how do you think the value of the plots surrounding the station has changed since the station's construction? Well, having a station nearby is convenient, so they must be worth at least a little more now, right? Bingo. Building a station will usually increase the value of the surrounding plots of land. That's why we bought so many of the plots around that station beforehand. Now we can sell the remaining plots for a profit. Wow, you really think ahead, don't you? I had no idea you could make profits like that.
This, associates, is how railways become profitable. We call it the virtuous cycle. Build the railway to increase the value of the land, and then lease, rent, or sell the land for profit. But it's not just about profits. We want the area around the station to develop, don't we? Do you see where I'm going with this?
Oh, having a variety of buildings close by the station will help increase the number of passengers we receive.
Exactly. That's why we want to level our land before we sell it to other companies. We'll make it easier for them to build on it.
I see. Then we should aim to sell those plots as soon as possible.
Well, we don't want to sell off any land we intend to use ourselves. We should keep the land we're planning to use to expand the station, for example. A valuable and lucrative method indeed, Fire Mountain. It would be simple if the train business were just about shit. Just about fare and freights. Welcome, Inky Doodle. Happy Finance Day to you too.
After all, it would be far more expensive to buy back the land after buildings have already been constructed there.
So be sure to keep any land you intend to use at a later date as empty plots.
Is it worth buying the areas you want to use to expand the train line ahead of time as empty plots?
Generally, yes. However, there is one downside to owning a lot of land. It means you have to pay more tax. Land taxes come under property tax, which will cost you about 2% of your land's total estimated value per year.
Oh dear, that could end up being a lot of money. But we wouldn't want to have to overspend when acquiring land either.
You see, therein lies the problem. But as company president, decisions like that are up to you.
Well, I think we can safely sell the plot in front of the station. I'll arrange things so that you can buy and sell land. The trade land option has been added to the menu. Try selecting it now. You've already made trains and train lines, so I'm sure you know the controls well by now. Simply select Acquire or Sell, then select a plot of land. If you're using a mouse, you can select multiple plots of land at once by moving while holding down the left button.
Our series stocks will crash if the investors see you being silly. I don't know what you're talking about, Moaware.
When you acquire a plot of land, everything that was previously in that location will be leveled. So be careful when acquiring land with a lot of pre-existing buildings. It can get very expensive. For now, I think we can safely sell off the plots around that station. Go ahead and sell the plots.
I see the Secretary doesn't intend to expand the station in the future. However, this station is a destination, not a hub. So her assessment may not be a bad one. I may lay rail here in the future. Expanding over here will be difficult. I may also keep some of the land beyond the bounds of the station, in case I need to lay rail here as well. Silliness is unbecoming of a professional, it's true. Welcome, Mr. Picky Mouse. This is how Greek gods talk about meddling in the affairs of mortals. It's simply business, Mr. Piggy Mouse. It's simply business. It appears we also own the land through this corridor. I worry about houses being built along this path. I may wish to buy this land. Unless I already own it. I see. The residential plot is almost 5 times as expensive as the empty land plot. However, it may be best to acquire it now. The music in this game is also nice, Inky Doodle. It's quite pleasant. I'm happy to announce that in the spirit of this conference, I finished filing my taxes while learning about laying rail. The tax deadline is coming up in the United States. Be sure to file your taxes soon. I do not believe that the rail will extend into this forest, or past the road. I worry about the width of the rail through this diagonal corridor. I may wish to buy one more row. I filed my taxes as soon as I received the necessary documents. Excellent, Nimimu, excellent. I believe this will suffice. It appears that as of now, according to our earnings report, we're in the black. Our net sales exceed the cost of goods sold by a margin of 35 million yen. Excellent. We're already making money. It pays to complete one's fiscal responsibilities early. The early bird gets the worm, as they say at Fire Mountain. It appears that one train is inadequate for ferrying all tourists from Enemori Station. Demand is higher than I even expected. We may need to implement the second line. Welcome, Frog-type Games. This is not only a Tristi business stream, it's a look into what Vulcans would sound like as capitalist. I don't know what a Vulcan is, Frog-type Games. Enomori appears to be the urban center of this area. During rush hour, our station is ill-equipped to handle all of the people moving through it. However, expanding the station would be difficult. Let's take a look at land prices around Enomori. It would cost over 1 billion yen to demolish this apartment building. The government office would cost 4.1 billion yen.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Kurizawa is here to see you.
It seems like our town's steadily attracting more and more tourists. At this rate, I'm sure we'll make our target of 200,000 tourists someday soon. But I have an idea to speed things up. Why don't we extend the railroad down to the town to the south?
South? You mean to Komita?
Yeah, if we connect our railroad to Komita, we can expect to receive a lot more tourists. I really think it would help us get to that agreed upon amount of 200,000 tourists a lot faster. I'd also recommend building stations around Nobusu. It's on the way to Komita, and that area is thriving right now. Joining Komita to our railroad would make transport more convenient, and we'd be sure to see an increase in the number of passengers we get as well.
I see. We could extend the railroad to Komita so that it passes through the town laterally.
That's the idea. It would increase the value of our railroad, and we could expect the area around the station to develop more too. It would also bring us closer to fulfilling our other agreement, which is to bring the population of this town to up to 20,000. One of the standard ways to increase a town's population is to connect its railroad to places that are already booming. That's what this plan aims to do, so I hope you'll take my idea under advisement. It's an excellent idea. In a sense, we're competing in the free market of people by trying to make our town more attractive.
In order to further increase this town's population, we're going to need to continue to expand our railroad. We've talked about connecting the railroad to places that are already thriving, but scoping out a town can be a bit of an ordeal, can't it? Well, it's times like that when you should use this. It's a map of the town. You can select a spot on the map to jump to that location, or use it to view the transit map. You can also designate the map's height, allowing you to view locations underground. This will come in handy when constructing subways.
Subways, you say?
We can't construct a subway at the moment, however, so you might not get a chance to use that feature for a while yet.
The artist has worked on Entry and Odyssey, Inky Doodle. You've got a good eye.
In any case, using this map to look around the town should make it easier for you to find regions that are experiencing growth. It might even help you to get a better idea of where you should next extend the railroad, so you should definitely try it out. Now then, I think we've just about covered the basics. If I have anything further to add, I'll let you know. The rest is up to you.
Excellent. So as it stands, we want to connect the rail from Komita to Nobusu to Nagashirojo. And then from there, we could potentially extend that line into Enomori. 1 billion tourists would kill the local character of these towns, which is good for us. Tourists bring money, and money is economic stimulus. I see this as a win for this region. Chairman Tristi, I have a proposal. Sandwiches sold in the subway, perhaps measuring a foot long, and sold for $5 a piece. The currency is yen, Nimimu. Please convert it to yen. Now, where to lay the rail? Coastal property is relatively inexpensive, and I'd like to cross the roads as few times as possible. 800 yen, 30 centimeters. A respectable sandwich for an affordable price. I'll consider it. In addition to developing the land around stations, rail companies also dabble in other industries, like hotel and food. Welcome, Omnicore. There's nothing scary about good business. Whenever possible, I'd like to avoid demolishing residential plots. It can become very expensive. A villain, Zero. We're developing this region at the request of the local government. It's a win-win for both of us. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I feel this location here would be an excellent place to put a train station. However, yes, I think so. I think so. Perhaps? No, perhaps. Some residential demolition may be unavoidable, I fear. The only things we have to fear are taxes, the Internal Revenue Service, and net profit loss. I agree, Inky Doodle. Which is why we wanted to develop this land post-haste, so it can start making us money, instead of costing us taxes. I fear this turn may be too tight for the train station. Perhaps here. Thank you for the subscription. Your contribution is appreciated. I may even buy more plots around the station location. So I can sell them in the future. But this begs the question. Where to put a station at this location? I know. I cannot cross this road. I'll need to take the long way around. Perhaps this way. Our expenses are climbing, but we can handle it. Now this feels promising. I believe with this purchase, we'll be on track for the Komita extension. I will not lay the rail yet, however. No. I should construct the stations first. And then I'll need to purchase and deploy trains as well. Note that land purchases do not cut into our gross margin. I'm sure that will be explained why shortly. It's important to lay pipe before you lay rail. I believe that's the province of the local government. I'm not sure of the distinction between the ground level 1 and ground level 2 stations. Besides building price and operating expenses, and aesthetics, of course. I think a more humble station befits the Nobusa development. I want as much room as possible for the tracks to turn this corner. Trains cannot turn on a dime. As for the platform length, I'm not sure of the distinction. We'll say 3 for now. I feel a longer platform should be able to load more passengers. I believe that's the intent. I believe a similar station for this region as well could also be useful. This area has seen some development, but we won't see a lot of passengers until it develops further. I'm willing to invest in this region. I imagine it will, with the construction of a train station. I'll lay the rail once the station construction is completed. I'd also like to address the issue of congestion at Anamori Station. Perhaps it would be best to run another line through here. Can I purchase more trains? I see. This train runs solely between Enamori and the neighboring town. Let's have it work for us. Is this like Mahjong? I believe the profits are much more stable, secure, and dependable than any mere gamble. I followed your stock advice, and now I'm broke and living on the streets. I fear you may not have followed it well enough. All I can do is encourage you to request a loan and try again. Now I have a question. If I extend the rail past these stations, note they do not have 2 platforms. Will I be able to extend the stations later onto the rail I've already built? I imagine I should be able to. However, for now, it may be best to have this function as an express line to Nagashiojo. I will have to purchase a bit more land. However, I believe it will be well worth it. Let's take a moment and ride our train with the tourists. Remember, this is 1992. Imagine what this will look like in the present day with all the development we're doing. I too love to visit iconic locations and different commercial centers. The other train notably is not moving. It may have to be deployed. Or perhaps it's inactive. I see. I may not yet be able to set its schedule. Perhaps the secretary will be able to enlighten us momentarily as to why this train is presently inactive. Although I should admit I don't intend to run these trains at 24 hours a day. There's not much profit to be made in the middle of the night. Though it is miraculous that 181 tourists would want to travel to Nagashiojo at 2 in the morning. Welcome, Bofu Burger. Let's fast forward to the completion of the station construction.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Issei is here to see you.
I heard that you're planning to expand the railroad in this town. I'm so excited to see how it turns out. Expanding the railroad will help develop the areas around the stations, which will definitely lead to an increase in the town's population. If you're going to be expanding the railroad, however, you're going to need to re-examine the train's operating schedules. I've been waiting for this. The more complex the train line, the more there is to consider regarding how trains are run on the lines you operate. If you're running multiple trains on the same train line, you'll need to pay particular attention to how you set their departure times. I've got a few more things I'd like to explain regarding train operations. Could you come with me? I'm now going to explain a bit about train operations. The operating route option allows you to set how trains are run. You'll be provided with a list of all the stations and junctions the train passes through, and it will be up to you to decide the direction taken. For railroad switches at train line junctions, you'll need to designate whether the train should go straight through or diverge. For stations, you'll decide whether the train should pass through or turn back. Designating the directions taken in this way will create the route followed by each train. Furthermore, when using a controller, you can hold down the left trigger while using the left stick to move the camera around. Once the routes are finalized, you'll need to designate the departure settings for when the trains stop at a station. We've been operating with set stoppage time up until now, but designating a departure time will make the train operations more precise. Welcome, Boniface. Once you set the departure conditions for all the stations at which the train stops, its operating route will be complete. Your trains will continue to run according to these settings during operating hours. You can also select operating hours to set the times between which your trains operate. Outside of the hours you've set, trains will stop at a station and suspend service until operating hours resume. We don't get as many customers late at night, so that would be a good time to suspend service. Well, I think that about wraps up everything I wanted to explain about our operating schedule. Did you have any questions?
It sounds like train operations are quite difficult. Is there a way to simplify them?
Difficult? I only covered the basics. But if that's how you feel, I can show you some simpler train line formations that won't require any changes to be made to the direction settings or departure conditions. Let's start with a single track. You should be familiar with it, since it's the type of train line you've been using from the start. The downside to a single track railroad is that only one train can run on it at any one time. Next, we have the double track. This is a formation in which trains come and go on separate tracks. Using a double track railroad will allow you to run a lot of trains at once, without the need to fiddle with complex settings.
I see. So the trains end up looping around the track. That sounds like it would be easy to use.
Speaking of loops, you can also use a loop line. This is another train line with a simple structure, and you can use it to run a lot of trains simultaneously. Using more complex train operations will not necessarily lead to more passengers using the train line. You can easily get by using only the 3 types of train line I just mentioned. I hope you can make use of this information in your plan to expand the railroad. However, keep in mind that randomly placing a train on a line could result in your trains running too close together and cause stoppages along the line. You'll be notified of such situations, like the one in the image you see now, with an emergency stop icon. He is rather dashing, isn't he? There's 2 triggers for this icon. One is when a train catches up with the one in front of it on the tracks. The icon will be cleared if the train in front departs. The other is when a train is on the verge of colliding with another train. You'll want to avoid this as you'll be forced to remove both vehicles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Issei. This is sure to help us in our plans.
I imagine that just as the cost of deploying a train is substantial, the cost of de-deploying a train is just as much, if not more. You'll have to be careful, associates. Now, let's fix the schedule on Suburban Train 2. It operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week and holidays, 12 months a year, but has no stops. Or perhaps not. Here we go. Here we go. This operates from morning to evening. Is North Hasuoka in the neighboring town? We should avoid scheduling conflicts whenever possible. However, these trains each have the line all to themselves. I believe it won't be an issue for now. And then that should do for this train schedule. I'd like to limit the operating hours of the other train as well. Though, on the other hand, there are tourists who travel in the dead of night. We could service them. As much as I would like a graph of this train's profits throughout a 24-hour period, we may have to observe it to understand. So presently, I believe the second train is not in service. Where can I see how many passengers are boarding at this hour? Presently, there are 84 passengers on this train. Even at midnight, it's seeing use. Ridership is lower, but not zero. $65. $42. $72. I think it fine to leave this train operating as is. I see. From this period in particular, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., I may take it out of service. Ridership is lowest then. And then at rush hour, Anamori Station becomes congested. Rest well, all guide. I wonder, to alleviate the congestion at Enamore Station, we may need more cars in the trains. Hello, sorry to barge in, but I just remembered I forgot to explain a very important aspect of the operating schedule. There may come a time when you want to run multiple trains on the same operating route with the same operating hours. Setting up each of those trains' operating schedules individually would be painstaking work, so I would recommend you use this copy feature I've prepared. I don't want to take up any more of your time, so I shall keep my explanation brief. First, select the train whose information you wish to use, and then select Copy. From there, simply select the train that you would like to receive the copied information. It will be given the same name and operating schedule.
Furthermore, by reselecting the train that you want to receive the copied information several times over, you can toggle between copying just the name or schedule, or all the information at once. This is a very useful feature when inducting newly purchased trains into service, so I hope you'll make use of it. I fear there are many irresponsible people in the world who would not be at home in bed when they should, and may find use in the services of the train deep into the late night. But perhaps we can find profit from their irresponsibility. The economy moves at all hours of the day. Money never sleeps. I'd like to amend the operating schedule. Operating hours. We'll have it start service at 5 in the morning. And then we'll have it end service at 2 in the morning. I appreciate your insight, trusted associate Fire Mountain. A train is not unlike a giant worm, Tupi. You'll have to use your imagination. Rest well, Blob Marley, and thank you for attending. Development status at Enamori Station is proceeding well. This station is profitable. The other station's construction should be complete now. It appears that every station on the line is turning a profit. Except for, of course, the ones that are not yet in operation. It may be time to extend the rail. For now, I may construct one line, the leftmost line, and have this one stop at every station along the route. As for the other, I may continue to have it function as an express route to Nagashi Rojo to better serve the tourists. I only take power naps. The resultant hallucinations guide my business decisions. Beware of hypertension, Tupi. You can't make money if you're dead. Welcome, Hammersmith.
The path seems to be proceeding nicely. Welcome, Nilnug. We're engaging in serious business. Billions of yen are on the line. We can't afford to be careless or whimsical. I will likely have to buy more land to accommodate a second rail. However, this should do for now. Connecting Nagashiro to Komita will cost us 2 billion yen. I think it will make us much, much more. I have resolved to have my body sold for research following my departure from this mortal coil. Money can indeed be made in death, but not by you, Mr. Such, but not by you. By your estate, perhaps. Now, I'd like to amend this train's schedule. Passes through these stations, and then it should switch back in Komita. Indeed. Excellent. It is likely that we will experience more congestion in the meantime at Tomoto and Enomori. That's my theory. But we'll see. Our total railroad length has reached 20 kilometers. Now then. Let's see the full line in operation, shall we? Beautiful. I may wish to add additional cars to this train. That would provide a good short-term solution to future congestion issues. I believe this train is currently operating at a profit. So we can afford it. Congestion may only be visible in the isometric view. It will be most obvious around rush hour. As I expected, all stations from Enomori to Tomoto are experiencing congestion now at peak hours. Seems tomorrow we have an appointment with the secretary. We'll allow time to flow naturally until then. I'd like to observe this just a little longer. Tunnels are expensive, Tupi. We don't need one just yet, but we may. We may. As you can see, Nagashi Rojo sits on a mountaintop. And let's pause for a moment. This is the area which we're developing along the coast. However, there's another settlement here on the far side of the mountain ridge. If we could connect the train line there, imagine the profits. However, it may require a tunnel. I suppose we'll dig that hole when we get to it. Thank you, Fire Mountain. I've just had a drink of water. I encourage you all to take a 5-second break to sip water, and then resume work.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Kurizawa is here with a freight proposal.
A freight proposal, you say? When you build a new station and more people start using the railroad, you can expect all kinds of buildings to start popping up around the station. Well, the construction sites for those buildings tend to use up a lot of materials. I propose that we transport these construction materials and sell them to those construction sites. Construction materials are made at material factories, but the ones stored here were purchased by our company. We can transport them by loading them onto a freight train. We'll also need to prepare a material storehouse in the vicinity of the developing station in order to unload the materials from the freight train. Welcome, Spurpus. I love trains as well. It's just good business. Materials placed in a material storehouse will be sold to and used by nearby construction sites. There are two benefits to selling materials like this. First and foremost, we can expect to make a significant profit. Secondly, this will speed up construction, allowing buildings to be built more quickly. Even if we don't sell them the materials, the contractors will get what they need somewhere else, and the building will get built in time. However, we can reduce construction time by transporting the materials to them ourselves using the railroad. The sooner construction is completed, the faster the surrounding area will develop. Now, there are a few things I want to tell you about the sale of materials. Mind coming with me?
The resources option has been added to the menu. Try selecting it.
There are all kinds of different resources, but we're only dealing with materials this time. You'll need a place to store the materials in order to buy and sell them, so you should start by constructing a material storehouse from the storage area menu. Now, you can't just go building a material storehouse in any old place. It'll need to be in close proximity to the station. When you construct a material storehouse, the range at which a station can make use of it will be displayed, so make sure you construct it within that area. The range at which you can sell materials to construction sites for material storehouses is also limited. You should build multiple material storehouses in order to sell to as wide a range as possible. When you want to purchase materials, you should start by constructing a material storehouse near a material factory. You'll also need to make sure it's within range of a station. The price of purchasing materials from a material factory will be displayed here. Assuming the warehouse has enough room, you'll make purchases automatically. This is where the sale price of your materials will be displayed when selling to a construction site from one of your storehouses. Keep in mind that transporting your materials via freight train will also incur transportation expenses. This is where you'll find the amount you spend on purchasing the materials, including the transportation expenses. The local sale price minus the average acquisition price is the profit you make for each material sold to a construction site. You're also going to need a freight train to transport your materials. Setting up a line to run freight trains can be difficult, so it might be easiest to start out by creating a freight train exclusive line. But I'll leave that decision up to you, just in case you have something planned. Regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with our railroad system. By the way, you can set how your materials are loaded and unloaded from the freight handling section of the operating schedule menu. Well, that was just a brief overview of everything, but I hope it helps.
It certainly sounds like there's a lot that needs to be done, and it all seems quite difficult. It was a bit overwhelming.
When it comes down to it, you just gotta buy materials and sell them off. That doesn't sound too hard, does it? Anyway, like I said earlier, the buildings will get built whether we sell them the materials or not. And even without transporting freight, I'm sure you can easily increase the town's population. That being said, we do have a bit of wiggle room with our funds right now, and I think that makes this an opportune time to set up a freighting business. It'll be great for livening up the town too, so I hope you'll take my proposal under advisement. It's an interesting proposal to be sure. I find it difficult to implement our current rails in the freight strategy. We may have to construct more, which will incur several more billions of yen in expenses. However, over time, it will increase the speed of development, which will benefit us in the long run. As he said, we have wiggle room. We still have 17 billion in capital. For more information on how to increase the population, I can provide several reference materials upon request. Please do, Zeno. Please do. One must spend money to make money. That's true, Omnicore. This is investment. This is our business. Now, let's take a moment to think, shall we? About the freight strategy. Here's a material factory, a material storehouse. I believe the current stations that we have in operation are passenger rail stations. It says they handle freight, however. Can freight in fact be loaded and unloaded at this station? An elevated station could be useful in the future when we have to cross the mountain. This is also interesting, a temporary stop. It will not contribute to development of the surrounding area. I see. Now, this is a construction site. They require 5 materials per day. It might be best, I feel, to have the freight line operate on this pre-existing rail during the hours in which the express train is not in operation. I believe many rails are used in this way. They serve passengers during the day hours and freight at night to get value from the rail at all hours of the day. A clever optimization taking the fluctuating demands of the market into account while minimizing downtime. The challenge will then be to schedule. We want to be sure that the freight train is fully out of service before the express train begins rolling again. I also wonder, it appears that it may be difficult to service an Omori. Right. Freight handled 0 out of 48. I believe this is the pre-existing materials. I may be able to transport them here and here. And here. I think this is in reach as well. And it's close. It's close. I have to investigate the range of the station. I wonder if I can't already use the extant material storehouses for this. Now, I'd like to specifically purchase a train for freight. I saw the option, but... I may have lost it. Another point to consider is the limitations of the current rail system for transporting freight. I may need to lay more rail. I was going to do it eventually, but it may be best to do it now. Welcome, Nest. Thankfully, the land price is not too high. I was afraid of a sticker shock. Development hasn't proceeded too fast, but it hasn't been that much time. Better to buy it while it's cheap, so we can sell it when it gets expensive. "30 kilometers of rail. Fantastic. I may even buy some of the plots surrounding Nagashira Nobusu. Welcome, Gridra. There's a business strategy called horizontal integration. It's where every step of an industrial process is connected by train. I do not believe that's the definition, but it is one of our professional goals. I also have plans for verticality in this train's future. How is it cowing? It's cowing profitably, Gridra. Welcome. I did have the option to purchase another train here previously. I wonder where it went. I should adjust the express train schedule now. It currently turns back at Nagashirojo. I'll have it move through and then skip these stations, if possible. It may not be possible. I've set these to passing stations, so the train should pass through without stopping. Right now, we're laying the groundwork to implement freight into our rail service, but we must proceed carefully. Don't want to make a costly mistake. I'd like to expand these stations to incorporate a second platform, if possible. Only 30 million yen for a second platform. What a steal. I see. We do not have an option to add a second platform at the station. We may need to revise the curvature of the rail at this juncture. I believe this to be the source of the problem. This may be an expensive mistake. That's one we'll have to fix. I'm excited for Mr. Goshiki to explain the loss on FA liquidation. This music is quite pleasant, with a hint of Panisi. I'm not familiar with Panisi. Is that a composer? Like Debussy, precisely. I'm familiar with Debussy. Perhaps we can get away with just demolishing this section. It may work. It may just work. Let's try to expand the station. Excellent. We can now add a second platform. The rail does not align properly. We'll have to demolish more and relay the track. But I will endeavor to do as little as possible. I'd like to preserve what we've built. Broke down in tears after train debuted to $27 in sales. I know I feel moved when I sell my first train ticket on a new line. Thank you for attending the conference, Usabimi. Have a productive day at work. This may be enough. I think so. Or not. Does not seem to want to align properly. What if, perhaps... There we go. I may have been a bit wasteful, but... the loss is not too great. These stations are now on the express line. I'd like to turn them into passing stations as well. Now let's observe the revised schedule in operation. Sometimes you must break a few eggs to make an omelet. This is what those around the office are telling me. Some amount of destruction is part of the process, indeed. We've already had to demolish a few homes. It's the middle of the night, both trains are out of service now. Sun rises, and service resumes. Like clockwork. Apartment 6 was constructed in Enamori Village. I might like to buy some real estate in the vicinity of Enamori Station. I feel it will appreciate massively in value. What does it cost presently? Already at 8 million yen a plot. If we compare it, no, the land value seems to be stable throughout the region. Perhaps they're rising across the board. This plot by Tomoto Station is relatively inexpensive at just 5 million. I may hold off for now. I don't want to pay taxes haphazardly without a clear plan. It can be easy to feel that money's fake when it's no object to you, 2B. Even for extraordinarily wealthy individuals like us, we should never forget the value of a dollar. Thank you for giving me yours. I believe tomorrow we have an appointment with the secretary. Outside of rush hour, station congestion has been relatively insignificant, I feel. You have a moment? Mr. Kurizawa is here with a proposal regarding future developments. Now that we're working on expanding the railroad, I've been thinking about our plans going forward. I've got a few suggestions. I'm thinking we should develop a new train and focus more on how we can publicize our railroad to get more passengers using it. Before we build a railroad in the mountains, it might be an idea to work on acquiring some subway railroad technology so we can create tunnels. Increasing what we can do as a railroad company will no doubt bring us closer to achieving our objectives. We've got some plans prepared right now that will take a long time to complete. And the sales department doesn't have the capacity to execute multiple plans at once at the moment. You're gonna need to think carefully about which plan you want to execute first. We don't have any urgent plans we need to execute right now, so how about we start developing a new train that will make operations more efficient?
I'm sure Mr. Issei would be delighted to hear that we're developing a new train.
Well, we've got the funds, so it shouldn't be a problem. But at the end of the day, the decision is yours. The plans menu.
This is the plans screen. There are a variety of plans available to you, so please look through them at your convenience.
Subway technology acquisition. Vehicle storage expansion. Train development. The train on the left is reminiscent of the Series Zero Shinkansen, a classic. A stamp collection event. Now this is the sort of whimsy I can get into. A deadline extension. This seems like an option for the desperate and unprofitable. Well, we were just talking about building a tunnel. I think I'm inclined to pursue the subway technology acquisition plan. It will take 50 days. Now, how will I bring freight into service? Do I need to use a suburban train to transport freight? No, this is a passenger train. How do we stand on our objectives? We are still a far cry from 200,000 tourists. I feel both anxious and excited when I think about a rail line that can service that many people at once. The town's population appears to be growing steadily. We may meet that goal early. Do I need to build a material depot before it will let me build a freight train? I wonder. The land in this plot is relatively cheap. Perhaps I build there. $43 million. I'd rather not be wrong about this. I might limit myself to just one. I believe this indicates that this is a construction site over here. I see. So materials should pass through the station, to the depot, to the construction site. On the far side of the tracks. I believe that's what I'm seeing here. I do love a positive gross margin, Mimi Moo. It's true. I can't deny it. Now that I've constructed that... No, I'm afraid I can only purchase passenger trains. Gave me the option earlier. Is it perhaps a glitch in the simulation? Should I save and reload? I wonder. Might be best to build a material depot here as well. Now this can service many construction sites. Should not overbuild. This could be very lucrative. Now, there are not many construction sites around West Nagashira Station. Let me try to lay a storage area, just to see. Indeed, not much development. Hold off on that area for now. And then... no construction by South Nabusu either. So as it stands, where development's occurring is around Tomoto Station. There's a lot of development by South Inamori. I may want storage areas here, here, and here. What if you removed houses and increased cost of living? That'd really rake in the cash. One can profit immensely from land ownership, but one needs tremendous capital to implement that strategy. This is the 1990s. We do not have access to that kind of wealth disparity. We'll have to build much, much bigger to take that kind of approach. Excuse me, I need a word. Oh, Mr. Goshiki, is something the matter? Not something, everything. I don't want to be rude in front of our boss, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to say my piece. With all this talk about developing new trains and creating tunnels, I'm concerned you're not considering the reality of our budget carefully enough. We might have wiggle room right now, but that doesn't mean we should be spending our funds on things that won't bring us profits. Someone should have objected. I see your point. As secretary to the company president, I need to get a better idea of our company's finances. Well, there's no time like the present, so I'd like to go over our income statement with you now, if possible. If you have time, perhaps you could join us, boss? Oh, I have time. This is of great interest to me. The income statement option has been added to the reports menu. Try selecting it now. Oh dear, this document looks very complicated. Does it? It's a compilation of only the most important entries. Oh, but I recognize the top three. Yes, we've talked about these before. Sales, cost of goods sold, and gross margin. Or money received, money used, and money remaining.
Although I seem to recall you mentioning that certain expenses aren't included in these totals. You have an excellent memory, Miss Matsushima. Certain profits and expenses are not included in the calculations for sales and the cost of goods sold. However, all profits and expenses are recorded on your income statement. Looking at this will tell you whether or not we're actually making a profit. Income statements are records of all the profits and losses made in each fiscal year. So if this says we made a profit, then we're in the clear for the current year. I thought accountants called that being in the black. And don't you call a negative balance being in the red? Well, yes, traditionally, but the terms are a little outdated now. It's because losses used to be written in red ink, while positive balances were recorded in black. All right, let me explain the terms from the top down. Operating profit is gross margin minus selling and general administrative expenses, SG&A for short. Operating profit shows the profits made by our company's core business. All other amounts are recorded under non-operating income and non-operating expenses. These include things like unrelated to our primary business, like loan interest. Ordinary income is operating profit with all of the non-operating amounts accounted for as well. Basically, it shows us our income as a business overall. If you add our extraordinary profit and extraordinary loss totals to this amount, you get our net earnings before taxes. Extraordinary profit includes things such as our profits made selling land, while losses incurred by demolishing a station are an example of an extraordinary loss. I love Mr. Goshiki as well. He may be my MVP. Such profits and losses are treated as special because they are temporary and do not routinely occur as part of our business. If you minus our corporate and other taxes from our net earnings before taxes, you'll of course be left with our net earnings. Note that if we are at a deficit, all of our earnings will be recorded as losses, though I pray that doesn't happen. Some of those other taxes include municipal and business taxes. It's the total amount of tax we have to pay according to our earnings. While the tax rate does fluctuate occasionally, do be prepared to pay out around half our profits in tax. Our net earnings show us our real profits, if you like, but we won't find out our bottom line until the accounts are settled at the end of the fiscal year. Now, do you have any questions? I did my best to keep my explanation as simple as possible. My apologies, Mr. Goshiki. I'm afraid I wasn't quite able to keep up with all the accounting jargon. Well, I don't expect you to understand it all instantly. I suppose I should have broken up my explanation a bit more to avoid information overload. In any case, what I'd like you to take away from today are the most important aspects of my explanation. To start with, tax will eat up roughly half our profits. Our aim is to end up with a positive value for our net earnings when we settle our accounts. Don't think that we can spend money just because we have it. Always keep in mind our bottom line. If we want to improve our company's credit rating, we'll need to keep our company running in a surplus. Are we clear on these points?
Yes, I think so. We want to avoid a negative balance at all costs. I'd be concerned for our company's future if we ended up with too many negative statements. Well, there are situations where a negative balance is inevitable. Anyway, I'm sorry for bringing this up with you in front of the boss, Ms. Matsushima. Not at all. I learned a lot today. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Goshiki.
In order to benefit from the assistance of the public sector, they run on tax money. Paying taxes is noble. Now, we are currently operating at a loss. How do we intend to recoup this before the year's end? Welcome, Cinder Vision. Are we increasing revenue? We're growing. Our numbers don't look so good right now, but we're investing at the moment. I believe we'll turn them right around before the end of the fiscal year. It's only been 1 month so far. We have 3 years to fulfill our goal. Our annual number of tourists has reached 10,000. We're making progress.
As I understand it, in the modern day, tourism is becoming an increasingly larger share of Japan's economy. I think through this game we can learn how this comes to be so. It may also behoove us to convert the express line into one that services all stations to collect fares. I do worry, of course, about congestion from the tourists. However, selling more tickets will help us with our bottom line. I think I'll revise the other train's schedule to have it stop at all stations and make maximum use of those platforms. Is this train currently out of service? Now, how did that happen? I may have accidentally at some point taken this train out of service. What if we pay someone to hang out in the lobby of the Sikh government and convince them to charge us less in taxes? I'm not sure what we'd call this new profession. It sounds like bribery, but in some countries it is legal. I didn't miss any of the seminar. I've been here the whole time. Welcome, Vexatious Idler. If you're just tuning in, our goal is to help tourists reach Nagashi Rojo while also servicing the region with commuter rail. We're also trying to implement a freight strategy in the off hours. However, we do not yet have the rolling stock to implement it. It's all right, Vexatious. Operating hours are still the same. The operating route... I see. The train was taken out of service when I revised the track. That's probably what it was. And now it is stopping at every station. This is good. We'll leave it as is for the moment. Now, wait a moment. Which train did I take out of service? Thank you, Altazimuth, and welcome. I see, I deployed it to the wrong line. So it's this train schedule I need to revise. I see. I may take its schedule here, copy it. Now where was the copy function? Was it operating hours? Copy. Excellent. Schedules are now the same. Feels good to be done with work and ready for business. You're making money in your off hours. You're investing in yourself, said Division. It's admirable. I believe I've set everything up properly. Let's observe. Trains are running above 100% capacity. Excellent. In fact, well, no, I won't run them 24 hours. I believe a train can safely hold up to 200% of the projected capacity. Perhaps even more. There are limits, though. And now, service to Nagashiro-jo is a little lacking. But, for now, our gross margin is rising. This is good. Still cannot purchase a freight train. I may try to save and reload the game. I believe it offered me the option earlier, and then rescinded it, and I'm not sure why. For now, I'll pause, save, and then I'll exit and reload. How do I do this? Return to title, and then load. I believe it's this one. Buying up prime plots before development kicks off can get you tons of money. I'm wondering if that's what I should be doing. Development at West Nagashiro is none at all. However, it does service 2,000 people a day. South Nobusu Station is underperforming. I may have been hasty in building a station at this location. I could also potentially convert this station to a passenger-only station. Alternatively, moving freight to this location could also help, if they'll accept it. The station can handle freight. West Nagashiro Station is profitable, however. It's possible that with enough time, South Nobusu Station will turn around as well.
Let's say I were to sell one of these storehouse plots. As it stands, it can't be done. Is there any land I'm not presently using along this line? Aha, here we are. I think it's safe to sell this. Considering development is not proceeding near West Nagashiro, I may sell this for now. The land value should remain relatively stable in the meantime. I may keep these plots near Nagashibojo. I feel they will increase in value. The plots near Tomoto could be lucrative as well, so keep them for now. And I may want to buy land near Enamori. This land sale should help recoup some of the expenditures. At the moment, I'd like to ensure that at the end of the fiscal year, we have enough to afford taxes. I don't want to spend down to broke.
Do you have a moment? Mr. Kurizawa's here to see you. He says he has an important proposal for you.
Now that our finances are back on track, so to speak, I think we should start considering our long-term policies going forward. That's what I'm here to propose to you today. Passengers can currently transfer at Enamori Station using the single-track line we have there, but this transfer is actually really inefficient.
True, it tends to end up getting congested with tourists.
Exactly. That brings me to my proposal. Let's change all of our lines to double tracks.
All of them?
Yep. I think we should extend the line from Enamori Station to Hasuoka to the north, link it to the line that's already established there, and turn it into a double track. And if we keep extending the line up to Nagashirojo, we'll get more tourists and increase the populations around the stations along the way. I believe I've already done this.
Wow, that sounds like just what we need. But how do we go about turning a single track into a double track?
Good question. If we just extend the line, we'll end up with two single tracks connected to the neighboring town. But if we can demolish one square from the end of the single track train line, we'll be able to realign it with the neighboring town. This will open up the option to switch connecting lines. From there, just opt to use a double track.
So all we need to do is reconnect the end of the train line and then select the switch connecting line option.
Yep. In fact, I've already gone ahead and acquired the land we'll need to make the switch to double tracks in the vicinity of each station.
You do move quickly.
But wait, there's more. If later down the line we end up extending the route to Komita all to the south, we're pretty much guaranteed to meet both of our goals.
Well, it sounds like we should proceed with this plan without delay.
There's just one problem. If there are residential areas around the route, we're going to need a huge sum of funds to make this project a reality. If that happens, in particular if there are facilities like apartment and commercial buildings in the area, we'll end up with expenses at the wazoo, so be careful.
I suppose we could utilize an alternative route in such cases.
On another note, an effective way to increase the number of passengers we get is to change the formation of our trains from 3 to 5 cars. I went ahead and added the change formation option to the trains menu. Simply choose a train and select change formation. From there, you'll be able to edit the number of cars connected to the train. Just keep in mind that you can only make changes to trains that haven't been placed yet.
Oh, and you might have to do some remodeling, because if the number of cars makes the train longer than the station platform, passengers won't be able to board. Basically, if a train has 5 cars, the platform will need to be at least 5 squares in length. It's pretty simple stuff.
I see. Is there anything else we should be aware of?
Let me see. Oh, right. Don't forget to expand any stations with a single platform so that they have at least 2.
Understood. Thank you very much for your detailed explanation, Mr. Karuizawa.
No problem. Well, boss, that's my idea for a shortcut to meeting our goals. I hope you'll take it under advisement. Now, I haven't exactly implemented Mr. Kuruizawa's strategy. I believe what he proposes is to merge the lines into a single at the connecting point. We should fire this man? No. Mr. Kuruizawa is a useful asset. His advice is simply that, advice. We can choose whether to take it or not. He mentioned purchasing land. I'd like to see it. It may already be that I've used it. As it stands currently, I do only have a 3-car platform length at Nagashiro, West Nagashiro, and South Nobusu. I'd like to see how many passengers per day move through these stations. It's possible that I could have 1 5-car train pass those stations, and another 3-car train stop at them. But as it stands, the current strategy is profitable. Expenses are rising. I'm more concerned about the freight strategy. Although it does not seem that I can buy any new kinds of trains. Wonder why. Do I need to build a freight-specific station first? I'd like to decrease our net losses, if possible. Welcome, Belbino. I may need to consult the instruction manual to understand the problem that I'm having. Welcome Swell Time Jeepu, and welcome Raiders. Today we're playing A-Train, All Aboard Tourism, and learning how to build a sustainable and profitable private rail enterprise. Welcome Benemy, welcome Faux Leatherface. Freight Station 2 is currently highlighted. It may be that I will need to build freight-specific stations. However, therein lies a problem. Private rail? I'm out. I'm afraid so, Vexatious. However, we are working in close cooperation with the public sector. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement with the local government. If I were to build a freight station, which regions would benefit the most? Development is proceeding very well in the vicinity of Nagashirojo. Perhaps here I could build a freight station. And there are many materials here at the storehouse. I think, to keep operations simple, we'll start with a very short freight route, if possible. If it will in fact let us build a freight train, but it may not until we build a freight station. That may be the sticking point. It would help to have one. So we'll put one, let's say here. It cannot quite access the far material storehouse. If that's mine, I may be able to demolish it. The artist is the same, Swelltime Jibu, Yuji Himukai. We could access every platform here. However, it would be difficult to service all of them once. By demolishing homes, the price more than doubles. I'd like to avoid that if possible. I may have to simply accept a freight station at this location. I'll build it to be, let's say, here. And then, if possible, five squares. I demolish these? I don't know if I own them. It does say that freight can move through the passenger station, which is interesting. It's interesting. I won't demolish them just yet. There may still be a use for them. Unfortunately, my passenger trains are stopping at my freight station. I'll have to fix this. Now both of them should pass the freight station, I believe. No, that does not seem to be the case. Are we turning profit? Our gross margin is positive. We've made a substantial amount of investments, so we are currently operating at a loss. I believe this will turn around before the end of the first fiscal year, though. Welcome, Lokami77. Our company's goals, in collaboration with the local government, are to increase the number of tourists to this town to 200,000 and the number of residents to 20,000. We're halfway to the population goal. However, we have a much, much farther way to go for the tourism goal. We have 3 years to accomplish this objective, and we've made substantial headway in just 1 month. If I fail, I will be fired as company president, but I do not intend to fail. Passing the freight station. And passing the freight station. Excellent. I have not seen division, but I'll consider it. Despite Mr. Kurizawa's suggestion, I believe that having 2 train lines running to the adjacent town is proving profitable for us. Your talented business acumen is exceptional, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nimimu. Thank you. I'd like to observe the other train for a moment as well. Can you call me the president and CEO of Hero for Hire Incorporated? Are you? I will if you are. Well then, President. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Both trains are making money. Let's check the stations. The loss on South Nabusu Station is improving. It will make us money soon. Today is Children's Day, May 5th. Tomoto Station's earnings leave a bit to be desired. I would imagine this station in particular could become a heavy hitter with the implementation of the freight strategy. I'd like to fast forward to the station's completion, but we have a meeting with the secretary soon. Let's see what she has to say.
Do you feel confident that you can fulfill our agreement with the local government using the features I've shown you so far? Well, I've got one last feature I can provide you with, the help feature. If you ever forget what the controls for something are, or desire a hint as to how you should proceed, try using this feature. As I said, the help feature will be the final feature I show you. Now you can work on developing the town as you see fit in order to fulfill the agreement.
This, I believe, opens the instruction manual. Now, I think I'll fast forward to the completion of the freight station. It's the first day of summer. That will be on May 11th, it seems. Is the freight station open? It's scheduled to be completed today. I may need to wait a bit longer. And now the freight station is open. Fantastic. I still cannot purchase anything but a suburban train. The passenger capacity is 96. The max boarding rate is 120% with just one car. Interesting. I have seen the rail service losing money at night. Looking down here. I believe I make up for it during the day, but I may want to shrink the operating hours of the rail system, ever so slightly. Let's have them end service at midnight instead. Midnight to 6 in the morning. As it stands, the freight station does not cost anything. Obviously, it cost money to build it, but we aren't paying workers to work at an empty station, which is good. I do need to eventually have a strategy for where to put the freight station when it's not in the freight train, I should say, when it's not in service. It's possible that I'll need a depot eventually as well, because I intend to run the freight trains from midnight to 6 in the morning. I think I need to access the instruction manual. Let me look here. Play some music in the meantime. Automobiles? Vehicles like buses and trucks are best suited for short-distance transportation on a small scale. It seems in this scenario we will not have access to buses, but it's possible that in a more complex scenario we will. You can only purchase trains that you have the plans or usage rights for. You can create train plans in train development, found under New Plan in the Plans menu. You can acquire train plans via technology licensing. Thank you, Beth, for the subscription. Hello, valued executive and controlling shareholder Tristi. Welcome, dear associate Beb. Your patronage, as always, is appreciated. The resources that a freight train can carry are determined by its freight cars. Connecting passenger cars to such a train will allow it to carry passengers as well as resources. Interesting. In my area, we do have passenger rail that runs on freight lines. It's not quite as fast as dedicated commuter service, but still. Would you believe, Tupi, that this song is from the 2000s? It's from a PlayStation 3 game called Railfan. I'm not sure that I understand the issue I'm having. Perhaps an internet search is in order. This may not be helpful either. I'll just have to continue. There we go. Perhaps it expects me to extend a current train before it will let me buy others. It did also say that I may need to use plans to develop new trains. I can develop buses and trucks as well. Interesting. It seems as though I can only develop passenger trains, buses, and trucks. Can I not develop a freight train? Interesting. The music is, as my coworkers' kids have been fond of saying as of late, a vibe. I'm not sure I understand, but I'm inclined to agree. I'll have to withdraw this train from service in order to change its formation. Rather than put 5 cars on a single train, I may put 4 cars. No. I'll need to extend the stations in Nobusu and Nagashiro if I want trains to stop at them. It's possible that if I add a 4th or 5th car to one train, it will pass those stations automatically. I'd like to see how they interact. I'll wait until late at night when the trains are out of service. And then, it should be stopped. I should be able to change the formation now. I'll reward the highest earning train with the extra cars. This train currently has passengers, but it should be out of service. Perhaps it's currently resolving the end of its schedule. And there it stops. The freight station is costing money. Where can I find your game-changing transport company in the stock exchange so I can invest all of my money into it? We're still preparing for our initial public offering. I'll let you know when we're ready for it. Welcome, Captain Sheepy. I'd like to take a moment to observe the new 5-car train. It still seems to stop at Nobusu and Nagashiro stations. Is it that it can't fully load and unload at those stations with the extra cars, I wonder? I thought perhaps, that it would simply skip those stations entirely. But it seems that isn't the case. Development is proceeding gradually around Nagashiro Station, as well as Nobusu. Good, that's good. freight station is a money sink. Do I need to purchase a suburban train to have it let me purchase another? It would not be a bad investment to own another train. I'm sure we'll need them in the future. For now, I'll buy one. We can buy more cars for it later. No, that doesn't seem to have helped anything. I believe as long as I keep it in my inventory, it shouldn't cost money. I'll have a use for it eventually. Perhaps it would be best to simply fast forward. Our money is increasing. The annual number of tourists has reached 20,000. We are progressing towards our goals. It's possible that things are fine as they are. We're not operating at a loss. How about we build a golf course if this next project goes well? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Kuruizawa. What, and use that as the foundation for developing a resort? Everyone's doing that nowadays. How about a golf course where all the caddies are beautiful women? No one's doing that. We'll make a killing. Well, that bright idea might appeal to some people. I doubt we'd make much of a profit. Now, don't be so hasty. New ideas have the potential to create business opportunities, don't they? Be that as it may, this golf course with cute female caddies is just something you'd like to see happen, isn't it? Quit fooling around and start focusing on the project you're meant to be working on right now. Hold on now, fooling around. It's all well and good to play it safe, but don't let it make you short-sighted. Come on, you two. I know you're both very passionate, but let's calm down a bit, shall we? How about it, Matsushima? Don't you think we should take a chance on a brand new plan? She obviously agrees with me. You understand that sound and practical business development is key, don't you? I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Goshiki here. I think Kuruizawa is getting ahead of himself. Well, I think the president is calling me. You'll have to excuse me, but keep in mind that while you might be on break, that's no excuse to argue. Oh dear, it looks like we scared her off. Well, I'm sure she's busy anyway. Wouldn't mind a hardworking secretary like her myself. She has a lovely smile, doesn't she? It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. She's so kind and thoughtful. She makes everyone around her feel at ease, you know? She is my secretary. Yes, she's something special, all right. She even knows how to keep our conflict to a minimum. You got that right. So, now that we both cooled our heads, why don't we get back to talking about that golf course where all the caddies are beautiful women? Oh, what is the matter with you? Proposal denied, Mr. Kuruizawa. Although his idea of resort development is not a bad one, I think the details are not where I'd like them to be, but... also hesitate about building a golf course. We have the advanced knowledge of the future at our disposal here. And we know there's going to be a freshwater crisis in several decades. I'm not sure that we should go around building a resort that uses so much water. Proposal rejected, Tupi. But I appreciate your input. Development around Anemoy Station is proceeding gradually. Interesting. It's proceeding well at North Nagashira. I assume development must be construction. Suggestion, construct an oubliette and insert Mr. Kurizawa into it. I don't know that the oubliette would make us money. Perhaps we could lease the oubliette to other interested parties. Should get in touch with the local government about that. Thank you, Associate Nimue. I'd like to look at our income statement. As Mr. Kurizawa stated, we can proceed without freight. In fact, it's also worth noting. So, an interesting fact for you about the JR Group. The branches of the JR Group are split by region, and JR Freight is its own branch. The most populated regions have gone fully privatized. However, several of them, JR Hokkaido, as well as JR Freight, are still owned by the government. They have not yet turned enough profit to go fully private. Making money off freight is harder than it seems. Abolish the cab over truck plan. Is this already in the works? Perhaps it is. Welcome, Nocta. Sometimes it's about providing a necessary service so that other sectors can prosper. Thankless work, but it needs to be done. Indeed. Prior to privatization, rail in Japan was previously nationalized under one central organization, the Japan National Railways. Now, I'm not an expert, so I can't speak at length on the subject, but as I understand it, due to political interference, motorization, and general bloat, bureaucratic bloat, the organization Japan National Railways was saddled with a tremendous debt, which is why they implemented the privatization plan. As I understand it, so far it's been successful in repaying that debt. But much of it was still passed on to the taxpayer. For now, I may fast forward to see the plan completed. First, let's look at our income statement. Our net losses are decreasing relative to our net sales. This is good. We've got sustainable business. It's possible that at the end of the fiscal year, we may take a bath on taxes, but, if we have money in the bank, we should be okay. Welcome, Yamaga. Would it be professional to speculate on Makoto Gishiki's sexuality? It would not be professional. No. I would encourage you to speculate on Makoto Gishiki's sexuality in your own private time. If you'd like to take a vacation to speculate on Makoto Goshiki's sexuality... Speciality? What the fuck? Sexuality. It can be arranged with HR. I'm afraid debt and costs are very real, and very much money. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Vexatious Idler. It's possible that we could proceed as we are to the end of the fiscal year, but I do worry about our growth prospects. Let's proceed to the end of the current plan first. See what Mr. Kurizawa has to say for us about the subway tunnel project. You now dig tunnels. Excellent. This area, Uranoe Village, could be a wonderful place to develop. However, the length of tunnel we'd have to dig may be more than we can afford. Let me take a look here. If I were to say, hypothetically, lay track from here all the way to here, won't work. But here, even for this length of tunnel, we're already at 1.2 billion yen. It is best to take the land route whenever possible. It would cost almost half of what we currently have to build this tunnel. We don't have the money for it, not at this time. Would there be a suitable spot for a short tunnel, I wonder? We could potentially tunnel beneath Nagashirojo. However, it's possible that to tunnel beneath the historic site could incur greater costs. fear with our current funds, Uranoe is still inaccessible to us. I see. Here, if there were a place for a tunnel, it could be Nobusu. Not, I feel, an ideal location for a transit hub, but the tunnel length would stay shorter on this side of the mountain, especially if we cross through this narrow juncture here. And yet I'm not sold on it. I won't purchase the land just yet. Passenger demand in Uranoe is significant. At least at the university. And yet it remains inaccessible to us. For now. A reference photo. Thank you. We've passed the summer solstice. Should have another meeting on the 5th. The annual number of tourists has reached 50,000. We may be on track to meet our goals if we just continue as we are. Thank you all so much for coming to visit our station. Issei here knows everything there is to know about trains, train lines, and stations. You can ask him anything. Mr. Issei, I'd like to know why I cannot buy a freight train. Mr. Kurizawa, you're exaggerating. Of course, if you do have any questions during the tour, please feel free to ask away. I know that you're working very hard to ensure a comfortable experience for our passengers, but what exactly does your job entail? Good question. I'm glad you asked. First of all, I'm responsible for opening and closing the doors when trains arrive on the platform. I also signal to the driver when to stop, do the final check before departure to make sure it's safe, and make the in-car announcements for passengers. In addition to my many responsibilities, I'm also expected to react quickly and effectively when an accident or injury occurs on board. I see. It certainly sounds like being a conductor is hard work. You have so many responsibilities. It can be hard, and I do feel like a lot is riding on my shoulders. But being part of the railroad is a dream come true. I wouldn't have it any other way. I find getting our passengers and freight to their destination safely and on time really rewarding. That's the spirit. Keep it up. I will. I'm gonna keep putting my all into my work every single day, and count on that. Now that's what I like to hear. Keep it up. Yes, sir. Let's take a moment to look at our income statement. We're offsetting our losses. That's good. The town's population has surpassed 10,000. It might be a good time to check in with the government office. Speak of the devil.
I am delighted to announce that thanks to all of your hard work and assistance, we've already reached the halfway point of our goal for the town's population. You should really pat yourselves on the back. This town is so much more lively now. Did you hear that? We're doing great. Well, you've got us halfway there, but we've still got a ways to climb yet. Do keep up the good work. I'm counting on you.
Miss Dogo is beautiful. That's neither here nor there. The industries do not have appeared to have shifted much, although it's only been a few months. It may be best, after taxes, to pursue the Uranoe extension strategy in year 2. Well, we've got a 5-star appeal on both tourist routes. It's good to see. We may be on track for 100,000 tourists by the end of the first fiscal year. That would put us well ahead of projections. We're making money, so let's fast forward.
You know, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while now, Miss Dogo. I understand that the job of the city planning division is to develop cities and towns to make them easier for people to live in, but could you tell me exactly what your work entails? I would really appreciate an explanation, as having that understanding would be beneficial in terms of our plans going forward. An explanation of city planning. Let me see. Well, for example, we investigate and plan things such as how a piece of land is being used, or how it's going to be used in the future. And rules too, such as the rules imposed when constructing buildings, and that decide how roads, parks, and other structures should be placed. We also have to decide on how sewer systems should be installed. The list goes on and on. Of course, we don't make these decisions independently. We rely on the opinions of experts and the people living in the area. Here in the City Planning Division, our role is to listen to and consolidate the opinions of our citizens. I see. So your job is to listen to what people have to say and use that information to plan out how you're going to develop the city. Thank you for explaining that to me. It was very insightful. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, by the way, I bought these sweets on my trip. They're so delicious, you simply must share them with everyone. Just a little something I bought with my pocket money, however, so please don't feel like you need to return the favor or anything like that. Until next time.
Oh, this is delicious. These daifuku Miss Dogo brought us are from that 5-star Japanese confectionery store in the next town over. Hey, don't be so greedy. Save some for the rest of us, you pig. You nearly made me choke on that daifuku. I wasn't gonna eat them all, you know. Despite their bickering, I feel that Kuruizawa and Goshiki have a good chemistry with one another. Imprisoning him in the oubliette would save on confectionery budget, it seems. He is doing his job. He's doing what I pay him to do. For now. I feel I may need to give up on the freight strategy. I don't know how to implement it. I'm not sure where I went wrong. For now, it may be best to demolish the transport areas and freight station. Take a bath on it, but... So Goshiki tops, right? I'm not sure what you mean. But in terms of the business hierarchy, I feel that Goshiki is only beneath me. And in a sense, the balance book is my boss, and Goshiki handles that. As painful as it is to demolish a station, it's costing me money. So this is income. It says loss on FA liquidation, but it's counted as income. Welcome Windy Gria, welcome Raiders. I don't know what a Mamiga is. Welcome Gamma Chris, welcome Cherry Scampers. I've got some jokes, is this a good time? Let's hear them. We'll find out how good it is. Welcome Windy Gria. Welcome Adam Admar. Are you making profit and stocks? We are turning a profit. I should say our gross margin is positive, and we may wind up in the black at the end of the fiscal year, but we've made substantial investments in the surrounding area. It may take several years before we become profitable, but we're on track. Welcome, the Red Seraph. I fear I may not be able to implement the freight strategy. I'll demolish what we have. I'm thinking of diversifying my investments. It's good to do. Shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. I believe these are the lots I purchased. All of them. Oh, one more. There we go. I'm learning about this game and I'm developing a need. It's quite good. Very instructive. There are many more scenarios than this one. This is only the first. Many more mechanics as well. It may seem complicated, but in later scenarios it will get much more so. I tried playing this game and I got scared. I can understand that it's intimidating to move billions of yen. But the important thing is that the line goes up. And right now for us, it's going up. We've got a positive gross margin. I'm seeing congestion now consistently. At stations in this sector.
wonder if I can't capitalize. Development in West Nagashiro is proceeding gradually. As well as Nobusu. I may extend these stations now. And extend the other train as well. I anticipate increased tourism volumes. Let's increase to 5 squares. I already own the land and rails, so the expenditure is a modest one. I may even need to add more in the future. I also wonder if it isn't worth putting the final train into service. It would depend on whether I would have it in service as a night train, I think, in the off hours, since there aren't as many passengers. But I would likely need a depot. And I don't know that the train can make back the price of running the depot. However, things are good right now. I'll extend one of these trains. We should see the earnings go up. The longer train is more expensive to operate. May have been hasty. Even at peak hours, the capacity is not quite there yet. I might reduce both trains to 4 cars apiece. And then we can increase to 4 later. Or 5, rather, I should say. Let's watch them for another day. Thank you for this subscription, Red Seraph. Your patronage is appreciated.
Reducing the number of train cars is producing much more consistent earnings, I feel. Let's fast forward now. Excellent, excellent. I guess that just about wraps everything up. Thanks for meeting with us. If you've got some time, why don't we go get lunch together?
I've got plans to stop by Nagashirojo after this. My apologies.
It's a shame. We'll at least see you out.
Are you stopping by Nagashirojo on business for the tourism department? Yes, my job covers a lot more than you might think. I have to plan and run events, handle public relations for local specialties, handicrafts, and cultural items, as well as work on building up their reputation. Now that you mention it, I do see a lot of posters advertising regional specialties when I visit the local government office. I'm also involved in activities to help protect and maintain tourist attractions. Spreading information is vital when developing a tourist city, but having your company guarantee public access to tourist destinations is no less so. I know you're making every effort to develop our city, and that's why I'm looking forward to working with you.
Oh, please, the pleasure's all ours.
Thank you for seeing me out. I better be off. Miss Setouchi has a lot on her plate, doesn't she?
Sounds like it. So we've got to make this plan a success, no matter what. For Reiko.
The way you said that makes it sound an awful lot like you have personal feelings involved.
Oh, You're right. Forget I said anything.
I would be happy to.
I would as well. Yuji Himikai did the character art for this, yes. We've nearly achieved 1 billion yen in gross margin. That's to be celebrated.
The annual number of tourists has reached 100,000.
Excellent.
We've been getting a lot more tourists coming to this town, haven't we?
We have indeed. Thanks to your efforts, we've made it halfway to our target for the annual number of tourists visiting Nagashiro.
You can tell by the numbers that this town, and in particular Nagashirojo, is gradually expanding and becoming a more lively place. Excellent. Let's keep working hard to make this town thrive even more. Well, that's all for me today. I hope to hear more good news from the two of you again soon.
Let's take a look again at the income statement. We've had some extraordinary losses recently. Extraordinary in the sense that they're out of the ordinary, not extreme. Unfortunately, the extraordinary loss this year is quite high. I'd like to see what we're paying in taxes at the end of this fiscal year. We've made almost $1 billion. No, our net sales is 2.2 billion. Would I expect to pay $1 billion in taxes? Oops.
The autumn foliage around Nagashi Rojo is appealing. Our annual railroad earnings have reached 1 billion Japanese yen. Wonderful.
Oh, come on. Where are you? I better find you before my break's over.
What's up, Ayaka? Have you lost something?
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Well, Makoto, right now I'm looking for someone in this picture book. Aha, found you. That's the last one, too. Yay, I found all 20 of them.
Is this one of those books where you have to find the protagonist hidden in the picture? I hear they're very popular with kids right now. Where's Waldo was something of a sensation in the 1990s.
Yes, and it has me hooked. Take a look at the back of the book. It's great.
Let me see. Oh, this is a list of characters other than the protagonist for you to find. I suppose it's a challenge for after you're done?
Exactly. It's a really good idea for keeping readers interested. I actually bought it for my younger siblings, but it's something adults can enjoy as well. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
I can see that. Maybe I should get one for myself.
Oh, speaking of people I can't find, I never see Mr. Karuizawa around at lunchtime. I wonder where he goes during break.
Well, Junji does occasionally head out on on-site visits around lunchtime, but... knowing him, he's probably off chatting up some girl more often than not. He's always on the hunt for romance.
Oh, I see.
Yes, well, he might be good at his job, but let me tell you, that man has been a womanizer for 20-odd years now.
Wait, 20 years? Koshiki and Karuizawa must have known each other for ages. I wonder if they're about the same age.
They are on a first-name basis. I'm going to fast forward all the way to the end of the fiscal year. I think we're in good shape at the moment. I'd like to see how we end up at the end of year 1.
I've been wondering, are you and Makoto good friends outside of work as well, Mr. Kurizawa?
Well, not exactly. We're not that close. Why do you ask?
It just seemed like it, since you're always so frank with one another.
What can I say? When you've known someone for as long as we've known each other, you end up trading quips and insults in place of a regular hello.
Not afraid to step on each other's toes, huh?
That makes us sound a lot cozier than we really are. If we're close, it's not because we want to be. Trust me. You know, it's been 23 years since I started working. Time really flies. I guess that means this year he'll be turning... Oh? Who are we talking about? How long have you been there?
Never mind that. Were you about to discuss a certain someone's age?
Oh, crap. Sorry, I forgot you wanted to keep that a secret. Junji, why don't we have a little chat? Over here, if you please. Wait, I didn't break my promise, I swear. I mean, sure, I almost slipped up, but... Enough, let's go. Hey, cut me some slack. Come on, please. I didn't even do anything.
Oh dear, I feel a little guilty since I'm the one who started that whole conversation. Sorry, Mr. Kurizawa.
Those two are quite close.
I brought along some sweets I made for everyone to enjoy. Please help yourselves.
Oh, I never tried this before. Looks like some kind of Western-style sweet. What's it called? This is that Italian dessert, isn't it? Tiramisu? It's pretty common in Japan nowadays. You see it in cafes and restaurants everywhere.
Yes, I tried for the first time the other day, and it was so good I just had to try making it myself.
Italian, huh? Sounds great. I'm gonna dig right in.
Me too. Thanks, Ayaka. I'm always happy to try your homemade sweets. I hope you like it. Would you like some too?
This tastes professionally made.
You flatter me. It's not that good. But it was really sweet of you to say so.
This is delicious, Ayaka. I promise. I'm being totally honest when I say this is phenomenal.
Thanks, Makoto.
If you can make dessert this good, I bet your other cooking is great too.
Oh, no, not really. I've always enjoyed cooking, but I'm not particularly good at it. I live alone now, so I don't get to have people try my food as often as I used to. When I visit my hometown, though, I'm always cooking for my family and my childhood best friend.
Your best friend is very fortunate.
I don't know that she'd agree with that. She's always telling me what I should have added and giving my cooking ratings. I'm not sure she enjoys eating it. Still, she never fails to come over for dinner when I go back home, so I'm always happy to cook for her.
Sounds like that friend is part of what made you such a good cook.
Never thought of it that way. Maybe I should give her a present the next time I see her.
We're almost at 2 billion in your earnings.
Happy New Year! According to this year's economic forecast, we can...
We can do something, I guess. Sorry.
If you're done with that candy tin, Makoto, would it be alright if I took it?
Sure. I was planning on throwing it away anyway. What do you want it for? Didn't you make off with my empty hair gel container the other day?
I'm not planning on using them, I just need the barcodes on the packaging.
The barcodes? What for?
Well, you cut them off and stick them on these special game cards. Then you scan those into the device, and they appear in the game as enemies for you to fight.
I believe she's talking about Monster Rancher. There were other games like it as well, weren't they?
They've gotten really popular with kids ever since they were introduced in a monthly manga magazine.
Oh, I see. So those barcodes aren't for yourself then?
No, they're for my younger brothers. My mother was talking about how they're really into the game, so I started collecting them.
Oh, how lovely.
I just figured they've got a limited budget to buy things with, considering their pocket money. And it would be best if they could save up some of it as well. I don't want them to have to spend it on things just to get the barcodes.
I'm proud to call her my secretary. Ayaka, you're such a sweetheart. Your brothers must adore you.
Well, lately they're saying that the barcodes I bring over are too weak, so they don't want them. That's why I've been doing what I can to get my hands on some stronger ones.
Must be hard having siblings that much younger than you.
I'll bet. Siblings sure are a handful to deal with.
Huh? You've got siblings?
Who knows? I prefer to remain a mystery. Now break's over, I'm heading back to work.
It's good to develop a rapport with the people you're working with. Soft skills are often undervalued in professional environments. Our annual earnings have reached 2 billion Japanese yen. Now, have we reached the end of the first fiscal year yet? We're in February now of 1993. Let's take a moment. Interesting. We've nearly hit our tourism projections. Almost 1.5 years ahead of schedule. However, our population projections have stagnated. I wonder if it's not time for the Urinoe extension. The fiscal year ends in April? I see. I suppose tax season is the same in Japan then. Let's continue on into the end of April, before we proceed with further development.
We've now met our tourism goal. I imagine that Miss Satouchi will be quite pleased with us.
We've reached our target for the annual number of tourists visiting Nagashiro. Congratulations, we've made it!
Indeed you did. It's thanks in no small part to your company's efforts in opening the tourist route that Nagashiro is booming as a tourist destination.
Looks like all that time and effort we put into connecting towns with our railroad has finally paid off.
Thank you so much for all of your hard work. I look forward to working with you in the future. Let's actually take a moment here. I'll pause. I'd like to view our ridership. Is it time for the 5th train car? I do think handshakes are in order, perhaps? Champagne. After working hours, of course. Capacity during rush hour seems to be perfect. I don't know that we need another train car just yet. Let's look at station congestion. I think if it's congested in the off hours, then that would be a good sign. Nagashiro has become such a popular destination that we're having trouble getting tourists out of it. I'm sure hotels in the area are happy about that. But I'm not. Those are tickets we could be selling. Perhaps a service extension is in order. I may add 2 extra hours of service. We'll start at 5 in the morning and go till 1 in the morning. Let's see how the trains perform at those hours. How granular does this game get? To be honest, Yamaga, I couldn't tell you. I do know that eventually you can list the company on the stock exchange and start trading stocks in later scenarios. They're keeping it simple for the first one. We're seeing congestion in the mid-afternoon at the downtown stations. Less than ideal. Thank you for the follow.
take a look at our income statement. We're approaching the end of the fiscal year. Excellent, excellent. Our net earnings are now in the black. I think we'll keep this pace through the end of the fiscal year. Thank you, Hollowell, and welcome. Now I'm curious as to what this marker is on the schedule. Our annual net sales have reached 5 billion Japanese yen. Fantastic. Could this be the end of the fiscal year then? Perfect. We finished with a surplus this term.
We only have 2 more years until the deadline. That's not much time.
We are proceeding well, though. Let's take a look now at the government office. As of November of the previous year, Enamori Village became Enamori Town. I wonder if it wouldn't be worth renovating the station at Enamori. Could it move passengers faster? We have until March 31st of 1995 to achieve the 20,000 population goal. I think at this pace we may reach it, but we'll need just a bit more. If you're feeling flustered, Hammersmith, I might recommend a visit to the water cooler. There's nothing profitable about dehydration. Now, to implement the Uranoi extension, it would be best to build the tunnel. I could build a station here on this plot. However, it would be exceedingly difficult to extend it. Is there a route I can take over land without having to dig a tunnel? I think so, in fact. I think so. Even though I have the capability, I'd like to avoid the expenses of digging a tunnel if possible. The question then becomes, how do I connect Uranoe to Enomori? It may not even be necessary. In fact, I'd like to see if the current strategy, if we just hold, will resolve itself. It may. Turn off the monthly save feature, as I may want to go back. But let's fast forward from here and see how the population grows. It's slow, but we may make it in time. We're at 17,000 in population. Actually, just a moment. Let's pause the fast forward. I should have a plan ongoing. And here we can develop a freight train. It may, however, be too little too late. I should do it regardless, though. Considering this area is known for its natural beauty, I think it's in our best interest to not contribute to its pollution by burning fossil fuels. Electrified freight should serve us nicely. Thank you for the follow. I imagine that freight will be a small part of our business going forward. So the simplest electric plan may be best. Considering I'm running it at night, I'd like a very visible color. The graphics of this application are quite pleasant, but I fear it may distract users from the main goal of making profits. Beautification of the surrounding area is one of our goals and will serve our ends nicely. I feel like the software reflects this. It's not decadent. It's tasteful. It warms my heart to see how large Enamori has grown since the construction of the railway. Excellent, we had more than enough to pay taxes. The town's economy level has reached 100 billion Japanese yen. Splendid. Let me take a moment again to assess whether or not we need the fifth car. It's at capacity at rush hour. However, yes, I think it can take more passengers than this. In fact, it's at capacity even well into midnight. We could even add a sixth car. I'll increase the train car count during the next night period. Now I think I'd like to proceed until the end of the freight development plan period. How are we on the population projections? 53 more days on the freight train development. And we're at nearly 90,000 out of 20 for the population. I think we'll meet our goals with plenty of time to spare. And our gross margin is only rising. Fantastic. The freight plan should be complete soon. Excellent, thank you. Let's begin a seasonal tour.
We're nearly at 20,000. I may not even need to build a freight line at all. Excellent. Passenger counts will be elevated, but can we meet the demand? I wonder if it wouldn't be worth adding one more train car. The stations are congested at rush hour, but let's see how they are outside of rush hour. It's not my place to speculate on Mr. Goshiki's sexuality. But I don't know that you've said anything incorrect. I'm most interested in the midday station congestion. We're at rush hour now. Still congested into midday. I think I'll add one more car. Actually, we've fulfilled all of the objectives. It passed without incident. There it is.
The population of this town has finally reached the agreed upon target. Congratulations! We've done it! This town has been long known as a comfortable place to live. But thanks to your company's efforts in establishing transportation infrastructure, it's become a wonderful place that's attracting more tourists than ever before. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your efforts in making our goal a reality. We have accomplished all completion conditions. Congratulations! We fulfilled all the terms of our agreement with the local government. This is the first development plan put before you when you became company president, so I wasn't really sure what would become of it at first. However, not only did you pull it off, but you made it a huge success. That was truly some amazing work. Through this plan, our railroad has become an essential part of this town and the lives of the people who live here, as well as brought it a lot of prosperity. In other words, you've completed your first job with flying colors and fulfilled our objectives to the letter. Thank you. I can't say it enough. You've met the completion conditions, but you can continue to play around in this town. If you'd like to attempt a new scenario, however, return to the title screen from the system menu. Select Start and choose a new scenario to play. I'd recommend that you try the scenario called The City of Hopes and Dreams next. In this scenario, you'll be tested on how well you can construct a variety of transport systems, as well as your talent for achieving some real urban development. It's definitely worth trying out. In any case, let's keep working hard together, shall we?
Thank you, Yuandor. I'm impressed by the changing of the seasons. This game is quite dedicated to realism and the pursuit of profit. Indeed, as a game about tourism, it must sell us, the player, on the attraction of tourist destinations. Now that we've met the completion conditions for this scenario, I feel that's a good place to end today's demonstration. Allow me to migrate to the other screen. Just a moment, please. All right.
Thank you as always for another successful Profit and Play presentation. It is my pleasure, Zeno. I hope today's demonstration has been enlightening for you. Apologies about the silence, idler. Technical difficulties. Well, this concludes today's seminar. I hope today's game has enlightened you all to the prospects of rail investment. Remember, the deadline for tax filing in the United States is fast approaching. I encourage you to file soon if you haven't already. I wish you safe travels in commuting home and a profitable first fiscal quarter. Thank you. We'll be raiding another channel momentarily. If you're watching the VOD, be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you again.